morning. About to jump in and get started. What's going on, Zero Verse? Good morning, my brother. How you doing, my friend? Long time no speak to, sir. Hope all is well with you. Just going to do a little bit of coding today, answer some questions. Got something I'm working on for a friend of mine, so I figured why not build it live, learn a little bit, interact a little bit, and see what all we can add on to this to bring it to life. So with that said, I'm gonna jump in and get started. So of course we're using Next, and I need to put a directory on the desktop. Let's go with establishing a folder, and we'll just call this live invoice app. And select this folder, and we'll use npx to install npx create next app. At latest spaced and dot. Go ahead, baby. Oh, you good today too, bud. So of course for the project we will be using TypeScript. We're going to use slint, of course Tailwind, no src, yes to the app router, yes to the turbo pack, and no to the import alias. And we'll just give it a few minutes to finish installing. Hope everyone's doing well out there. Good morning, Mr. Johnson. Thank you so much for stopping by. I genuinely appreciate it. Nothing too complicated today, just looking to build a Nextjs app that has the ability to generate a PDF where we can customize it. We'll be able to download it. I won't deploy it today, but we'll be able to download the PDF and you can mail it out to those that may need a receipt or you may need to send an invoice to. And in the next video, I'll integrate authentication and Stripe as well. What's up, boo? I mean, they're gonna want to see it being where it hurt. You know, you can bend over, well, not bend over, but squat and all that. All right, so with the application installed, let's just do a little bit of quick cleanup before we jump in and begin code. So I think the first thing that I want to do is update the package manager so that we don't run into any compatibility concerns as it relates to the latest version of Next and some of the packages that we'll need to bring this application to life. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to distinguish the package manager, set it to 10.5, and set a few overrides so that we won't run into any issues down the road. So as you can see, just have the package manager set to npm 10.5.2, distinguishing the overrides for React, React DOM, and Next. Carl Lover, what's up, my brother? How you doing, my friend? It's pretty early your time, isn't it? Thanks for stopping by, man. I appreciate it. I genuinely do. And then the next thing I want to do is remove some of this boiler code so that when we start the application, we just have a clean, empty Next.js project. So I'll go into the global.css and remove all of the boiler code that's listed here. I'm just going to paste in some styling to set the height and the width and the overflow on the x-axis. And I like to just have the text size set to small to keep the styling or the text size pretty consistent throughout. And the last thing we'll do before we start the project is we'll just go to the page.tsx and remove all of the boiler code that is within this file, replace it with homepage, and we can remove the next image as well. For this project, I'm going to use Tailwind to kind of help with some of the code so I don't have so much JavaScript, because this will be deployed. Don't know if I'll deploy it today, but I will be deploying this. So I'm going to use Daisy UI, which is pretty lightweight. And they have a few different components written with JavaScript and without JavaScript. So it makes it a lot easier to bundle and for it to function during deployment without requiring so many resources. So let's go ahead and install Daisy UI. And we'll just use the latest command from the documentation. And that is done. And then we just need to add this plugin into the global.css and paste it in at the top. And we'll just make sure that everything is working before we do anything else. So we'll run npm run dev to start our project on the local host. Yeah, good. And with that, we have the Nextjs project up and running successfully. Let's just make sure Daisy UI is working. So we'll go to the menu and we'll go to components and click on button. And I'm just going to paste in the button code to make sure that that is working. In just a moment. JSX, we'll copy this, replace home page, paste it in. And as you can see, all of the buttons are on screen. So we see Daisy UI is working as well. So perfect. All right, we can remove this text. Add home page back on screen. All right, so let's go ahead and begin to set up the project. So as I mentioned, this is going to be a invoice generator PDF download application. I don't want to use just the standard inputs because I am building this for a friend and we're going to kind of walk through this journey together, if you will. So it's going to be a little more interactive than just the normal or the normal PDF generators invoice that you may have seen previously. Gonna have a little more client side activity, but I'm gonna keep everything server rendered. But so to start out, let's go ahead and put everything into route groupings to organize the routes in the file structure. So in the in the app directory, I'm going to create a folder named website that's going to be enclosed in parentheses. That's going to tell Next that this is going to be ignored as a route, and it'll be used as a grouping to hold routes. The cool thing about this is when we create the layout.tsx file, we'll be able to share this layout with all of the routes that are within this route grouping. So we can have unique routes throughout the project without having to have so much boiler and repeat code throughout. So that's a cool thing. So I moved the page.tsx into this grouping, and then inside of it, I'm going to add a file named layout.tsx. And we'll just use the RAFC snippet to create a component, and we'll replace the text of layout with children that'll be enclosed in bracket. And just to make sure this is working, I'm just going to add header on screen, click save and refresh. And we see that we have the text header on screen. So the route layout is working perfectly as intended. So I'll remove this. And I don't think we need to do much with this layout. We're going to have a nav bar, but that nav bar is going to be listed within the actual pages itself. I'm not going to have it on the layout. We may move it to the layout eventually, but for right now, I'm not going to. But let's go ahead and begin to set up the overall structure of the application. So in the root of the project, let's create a directory or folder named components. And inside of it, we're going to have a few files or a few folders. The first one is going to be toolbar, or we'll name it header. And then the next one that we're going to create will be, let's name the next one, think of the best name for what we, how about we'll just name this one PDF. Okay, so inside of the header directory, let's add a file named toolbar.tsx. And we'll create a export default function named toolbar. And we'll just return for right now a div that reads toolbar. And we're going to import this into the home page. So we'll go import toolbar and be sure it's coming from @/_components. And I'll remove this home page and replace it with toolbar. Click save, and we see we have the text toolbar on screen, so that's perfect. So on the home page, we won't have much because the way the way we're going to have this, I want to keep everything server side rendered as much as possible. So the way this will work is we'll have a toolbar that will control the navigation of the application, of course. And then once we click on preview, that it'll use the params to identify the actual invoice and the invoice ID to give us a preview. And instead of having that toggle client side, it's going to actually toggle the route itself. And we'll be able to distinguish between preview and edit based upon the mode that we have entered. So for right now, let's go ahead and bring this toolbar in. And then to kind of help out with that navigation, it'll be a little easier as we, it'll be easier to see it as we walk through it together. So let's go ahead and work on the navigation portion of it, since that's kind of the main functionality of this website. Give me just a second. right. So we have our toolbar. So now let's go ahead and begin to add in some props, which is going to basically be data that we're going to pass into the toolbar to kind of give it some life, if you will. So we'll start by distinguishing the type, and the type will be mode. And the two modes that we're going to have are either preview or edit. And then with that, we'll need to pass in the interface, which will be toolbar props, interaction interface. We're going to pass in a invoice ID, which will be a string. And then we'll also set the mode, which will either be preview or edit. And then finally, we'll need to pass in if we have any PDF data, but I'm not going to worry about that right now because we're not necessarily going to bring that portion in just yet. But what I do want to do is go ahead and set up the props that we need to pass into the toolbar and bring that in within the home page. So within toolbar, we'll go toolbar props. And of course, we're passing in the mode and the invoice ID. And then inside of the actual page, because we're passing in props now, we need to send something to the toolbar that we have within the page.tsx. So we'll set the mode to edit and the invoice ID, we'll set it to demo. Okay. All right. So then now let's go ahead and begin to style out the header with a toolbar. So we'll replace this tag, this div tag with the header tag, and then I'll just add in toolbar so we have something on screen as we begin to style it. So instead of hard coding, all of the styles directly into the component, I'm going to create some style properties that we could pass to the actual HTML tags. And instead of having all the code directly, almost kind of like style components, if you will, but I'm going to have it all within the same file. So let's go ahead and begin to style the header first. I'll create a const name header style, and this will be a react.css properties. And let's go ahead and pass this in so we can see what we actually have on screen. I'm gonna set the style to header style. Okay, we don't see anything just yet because we actually haven't built anything onto the page. All right, so let's set the width. We got DTH to 100%. We'll set the background color. Sorry, let me put that there. We'll set this to pound FFF. I probably should have this in parentheses. All right, so we don't see anything just yet. Let's go border bottom. We'll make this 1 pixel solid, and we'll set the color to E5E, 7EB. And then now we're starting to see a slight border there on screen. So we see that the style component is working. Now let's give it a little bit of size, if you will, so it's not so thin. So we'll give it some padding. On the top and bottom, we'll make it 8 pixels, excuse me. And on the left and right, we'll make it 12. So you see we have a little padding on the side and some padding on the top and bottom. Then let's go ahead and set the direction. So I'll set the display to flex. And we'll set the direction or the justify content to be space between. We can't see that just yet because we only have one item within the toolbar. I'm going to align the items on the x-axis to the center. We'll set the position to sticky so that as the user scroll down and add items to the PDF, this header will remain at the top. We'll set the top to 0, and then we'll set the Z index to 10. That way it remains pronounced on the screen. So don't see much with it just yet because we haven't added much, but the good thing is it is working properly, and we're going to go ahead and we'll start to see it come to life in just a moment. Give me 1 second. All right. So inside of this header, we're going to have another div. And this div is going to control the width and some additional styling of our nav bar or toolbar, I should say. So I'll add toolbar there, and we'll pass in some style. And for this one, I'm just going to set the display to flex. We give it a gap of 8. We'll set the width to 85%. We'll add margin to the left and right. We'll set that to auto, AUTO. And then last but not least, we'll go justify content, and we'll give it space between. So we don't see anything just yet, but let's just make sure this is working. So I'm going to just add a couple quick divs just to make sure this is working properly. So you see it is spaced in between. We do have some additional padding, but just to confirm it, we'll take a look at it on a large window. Uh-oh. and as you can see on the large view, it is still, the toolbar has padding on the left and right, and the items are spaced out justified between. So that direction is working properly. So next up, we will need to add in some buttons that need to be rendered on screen. So I'll just remove that, and we'll add one additional div with a class name of flex, items to be centered, and we'll give some space on the X of 4. So this div is going to hold the preview and edit buttons, and on the far right, we're going to have the PDF download button there. So instead of having to recreate and hard type in so many buttons, I'm just going to create a button component, and I'm going to store it within this file so that we can render it from here and reduce some of the code, make things just a smidge more modular. So we'll create a const name render nav button. And we know this button is going to need a few things. Actually, this should be, we'll have it return a link. And actually, I think best if we put this inside of the function itself. All right, so let's add a few things. So we know this button is going to have a href, which will be a string. It should be a comma, sorry. And it will need a label, which will be a string as well. Then we'll need to determine if it is active or not. That's going to be a Boolean. We'll need a icon, which is going to be a React element type. We'll have a distinguished color if it is active, so we'll give it an active color. And then last but not least, if it is inactive, I would like for it to have a distinguished color as well. That will be a string. Perfect. So now what we want to do is render something for each of these. And what we want is a link, which will help with routing. So let's go ahead and import link, and that's going to come from next/link. So for each of these, I want to render something on screen, and we're going to render an actual link. Of course, all links have to have a href, and this will be a href, which will be coming from the parent, which is the rendered nav button. We'll need to give it some styling as well. Inside of the style, I'm just going to go with 3 dots and a base btn. We'll go background color. If it is active, we want the active color. Otherwise, what we want is the inactive color. And then we'll give it a color. I can remove this for now. We'll come back to that later. And we'll give it a color. If it is active, we want the color to be £FFF, which I think is a white color. And if it is active, we'll go with £111. Okay. All right. So that will help with the styling of our link buttons. So then let's go ahead and pass in a label. And for right now, let's just get something on screen. So inside of this div, we want to loop over the render button and generate one for each of the items that we want on screen. And we want two buttons on the left, which are going to be a preview button and a edit button. So we'll go curly braces because we need to pass in some JavaScript. We're going to pass in the actual button. We'll set this name to preview. Then we'll go is preview. Make sure I didn't miss anything with this one. No, looks pretty good. I do need to add two additional consts to kind of help with this. So instead of hard coding the base URL, I'm just going to create a variable, name it base, and our base is going to represent the actual route itself, which is going to be invoices slash invoice ID. And we haven't created that route just yet, but we will be creating it in just a moment because I need to make sure that the routing works properly and everything is updated. And then we'll create a const name is preview, and we'll set it equal to mode. As long as the mode is equal to preview, then we know we're in the preview is ISPRVIEW. Then we know that we are in the preview mode. So we know that that would be working properly. So now let's go ahead. I need to update this. Let me see. I've got something off with my syntax here. We're gonna need a few things to get this one going. So go const render nav. And we're rendering a link. Let me finish passing in these items. So then for the rendered nav button, we're going to need to pass in a couple colors. So this will be pound non-CA 3AF. And then we'll also pass in pound F3, F4, F6. The first button will be preview, and then we'll also need some icons, and I'm going to use Lucid React for that. PMILUCIED React. Should I spell that correct? Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, we'll close this out for now. So we have our preview. Let's add in the base URL so we know that'll be dynamic. So temporal literals will go base with a question mark, and it will have mode is equal to preview. That's going to be the href. We're going to use the icon for styling purposes. So we could just pass in I. Okay. And if we click save, you see that we have the preview button on screen. And just to test this out, I'm going to go ahead and add the route that it should be pointing to, which is going to be invoices. So inside of the app directory, inside of the website grouping, I'm gonna add a folder named invoices, invoics. Let's make sure I spelled that correctly. Invoices, yep, and then the actual ID of the invoice. So inside of that, we'll add another folder of ID, but it'll be enclosed in brackets. And then for right now, I'm just going to add a page.tsx, and we'll go export default function invoice single invoice page. And we're just going to return a div single invoice page. Click save. Now, if I click on preview, what should happen is we should get redirected to the single invoice page. Yep. So now we would just need a toolbar to take us back to the home route. But we'll add that in just a moment. So we see that the rendering of the button is working properly. So that's great. So now we need one more button. And I'm just going to copy this. And underneath this rendered button, I'm just going to add another one. And this one's going to be slightly different. We see both are saying preview for right now. So for this one, we're going to keep the base as is and set the mode to edit. The title or the label for this button is going to be edit. We don't, for this one, when it is not is preview, then we know it should be edit. Instead of having an I, I'm going to have the actual pencil. So we'll go back up and import it from Lucid React. PENC. Yep. Let's go with pencil, and we'll replace the I with the pencil. We actually can keep these items the same. Let me go ahead and bring in the icon so that we can actually see it on screen. Right now we can't. So we'll go back to the rendered component right above label. Let's add icon. We can close it. We'll set the size to 16 and the style to we need to set the style for it. All right, so we see those items listed there, and just need to style those a little bit. So let's create those properties to style the base button and also the icon style. So we'll go right below the header style and we'll create a const name base btn. And this will be a React CSS property, of course. Inside of the curly braces, let's set the text decoration to none. Remember, it needs to be a string. And I want to actually see this on screen. So we'll go back down to the rendered button. And you know what? Actually, I think we should put this in the actual link itself. So we'll go back to the link, excuse me, and we'll just add the text of .. base btn. This should be inside the style. because it's a style, not a property of link. Sorry about that. There we go. So now we'll start to see this button styling come to life as we type it out on the screen. So we have the base BTN. Let's give it some padding on the top and bottom of 6 pixels, and left and right we'll make it 12. It's perfect. We'll give it a border radius of 6. We'll set the display to flex. There we go. And then we'll go transition, background color be 0.15, and then we'll go ease. All right, I think that will work. And then we'll just need to bring this into the single page so that we can go back. But if we click on preview, we do see that the mode changes. And if we click on edit, it takes us to the single page as well, and we see the mode changes. So that is working perfect. The only thing we haven't tested is just to make sure that the color actually changes, but we'll be able to do that once we build out the single page. But the main thing is just want to make sure that it was working, toggling between the 2 routes. So perfect. Okay. I think that will do it for what we need on this page. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and style the actual icon. So we'll go const and we'll name this icon style. Inside, this will be a react.css property. And we'll just go margin right. And we'll set this to 6. And then we'll just need to add this styling to the icon itself, since I didn't hard code in there. Well, we could have, but it's no big deal. So for this, we'll just set the styling to, I think we named it inline. No, we named it icon style. And then we notice that we get some margin right with the icon. So we're good. That pretty much takes care of this. The only thing that we'll need to add, but we're not going to add it right now, we'll come back and add it later, is the actual PDF. So we'll just go PDF download. Perfect. Let's go align items, center. There, that's aligned on the center. All right, so now let's go ahead and begin to build out the single page, which is basically going to give us access to toggling between the PDF and being able to see the preview state in addition to the edit state. So we'll go ahead and work on that now. So with that out the way, let's go ahead and shift our focus, and we'll come back to the toolbar later to add in the download button and that functionality. But for right now, let's shift our focus to the single invoice view, because when we click on this, we want it to redirect us to the single invoice page, which it does. We also want to have the ability to preview or edit the actual invoice from this view. And that's basically what this is going to give us access to do. So let's go ahead and work on that now. So because we're keeping everything page perspective rendered server side, we'll need to update this to be an asynchronous function. And then, of course, we're going to pass in some information. What we're going to pass in are params and search params, because we're going to gather the actual invoice itself. We're going to gather the ID from the URL, and this is what's going to help us do that. So within this, we're going to pass in params, which is going to be an ID of stream. And then we'll also pass in search params, which we know is either going to be one of two modes, either preview or edit. So basically what we've done is, for this particular page, we're passing in params. We're going to use the params ID to gather the actual invoice itself, and the search params is going to help us distinguish the mode, whether it is in preview mode or if it is in edit mode. With those params, we're going to grab some data. So the two things we'll need to create. We'll need to create the mode. So we'll create a content mode, and we'll set it equal to await search params dot mode. And if the mode is equal to preview, then we want it to do something. Well, I'm sorry, if the mode is equal to preview, then we know it is going to do something. We want to show the preview view. And if it is equal to edit, then we want to show the edit view. I think I have something wrong. Alright, so then now for this page, what I want to do is pass in the invoice editor, which is going to let me toggle in between the two modes, in addition to have the ability to preview the invoice or edit the invoice based on what I see and how I feel about it. So let's go ahead and work on the invoice editor now, which is kind of like the start of the show. But before we do that, let me go ahead and just create a dummy invoice. This is taking the place of making an actual request to a backend, which we'll do maybe tomorrow or maybe in an upcoming video. So instead of making that backend request, I'm just going to hard code a sample invoice. Eventually we'll pull all this information from a database, but for right now, I just want to focus on being able to create and download PDF. We'll create the database functionality later. So we'll create an async function named getInvoice, and it's going to pass, or it's going to take the string. For right now, we're going to return some information. I want to return the ID. The title is going to be invoice. The from field, because remember with the PDF or with the invoice, we need to have a from field and who we're sending this invoice to. So from field is going to have a name. We'll just name this DJ Adad. The email is going to be DJ Adad, and we'll say gmail.com. Then we'll also want a bill to field. This is going to have a name, and this will be the client name. The number, which we'll pull from the database so we can establish our own numbering system. I'll talk with my client to see how he would prefer to do it. But I'm just going to name this invoice 1. We'll go ahead and just set the dates, even though eventually we'll have the ability to distinguish the date based upon when the invoice is due. We'll just go dates, and then we'll call the new date object data dates. And this will be to iOS stream. Yep. We'll call it, and then we'll go slice and pass in two fields, 0 and 10. We'll set the status of this to be initially a draft. This can always be changed. Will be updated later. The items field is going to be an empty array. This is where we can add in billable items if we did some additional work, or if we want to quantify what exactly we done and how we're charging. That is what this is. The tax percent. So I know that this is pretty standard, but my client does work with people outside of the US, so we just want to make sure that he has the flexibility to send the invoice appropriately. The currency is going to be USD, although we'll add the ability to change the currency based upon his preference. We'll need some notes, so he can add notes back to the client or back to whoever he's serving. And then last but not least, I'm going to add a brand field. He does have a logo. I'm not going to add it right now. Name, we'll just go invoice app or invoice me. Okay. And so with this, we're ready to go ahead and create the invoice editor. The last thing I'll need to do is create a const named initial data. This is going to be a dual purpose site. So with this particular page, we're going to have the ability to edit and preview. And of course, if we're editing, we want to be able to pass in some initial data. So I'm going to create a const named initial data, and of course it's going to be awaited. What's up, Zane? How you doing, my brother? Long time no see, man. How things been going in your world, man? Thank you so much for stopping by. It means a lot. I appreciate it. So we'll have some initial data, and it is going to get the invoice, and that is going to be the params.id. That's the invoice that we're going to look for. So now we're ready to create the actual invoice editor. So inside of the components directory, we'll add a folder named invoice, and within it a file named invoice editor.tsx. and we'll just create a export default function named invoice editor. We'll just pass in some data for right now. Div invoice editor. We'll go back to the single page and import it. Import invoice editor. And we actually can remove the parentheses in the div and just return the invoice editor. And we'll need to pass in some initial information inside of this editor. This will be the initial data. It's going to be initial data. And then the mode is going to be remote. Alright, so now let's go ahead and update our invoice editor to accept and do something with those prompts. So inside of this file, I'm going to pass in the initial data and also the mode. And of course, we know we'll need to set this. So the initial data is going to be the invoice data. Either going to be preview or let me see. Initial data, do this so I don't have to, I need to set the types for this data, and instead of hard coding and typing this in on every file, I'm just going to create a types file that I can reuse throughout the app and not have to worry about typing the same thing over and over again. So in the root directory, we'll create a file named lib, and we'll add a folder. We'll create a folder named lib, and we'll add a folder named type, and I'll also add another folder named action. Inside of the type folder, we'll create a file named invoice-types.ts. As I mentioned, this is going to hold types from a TypeScript perspective to make sure that we are getting the data that we intend. So the first type will be an invoice type, and we'll name this invoice status. And it could either be a draft or to be sent, paid, we'll create a export type of party. We're not using this one right now, but we're going to use it later. This is going to be to hold the name, the email, string, the address, which will be a string, and also the quantity. Actually, no, this should probably be phone. This is going to be for the to and from fields, the actual party itself. So, gotta take care of those. And then let's create the export type of invoice data. And this is what we will be using now. we can use it from this one location throughout. So we know we're going to need a ID. We'll need a title, which will be a string. We're going to add a logo URL, and this is the optional. We'll include the from field, which is going to be the party object that we created. Same thing for build 2. This is going to be the party object. And then the date, let's do a number. This number is going to be a string. And we'll have the date, which will be a string. We'll include the status, which is the invoice status. But should have pulled from invoice stack, STATES. There we go. That. Okay, sorry, I had a misspelling there. I won't say anything. Okay. Next we'll need the items. I can go ahead and create that. So let's do the tax first. We'll do tax percent, which will be a number. And then we'll do the currency, which is a string. Notes, which will be a string. And then we'll also have the brand, which is going to be a key value pair of name, which will be a string. So I do need to add the invoice item, because that's what we'll be using to add distinguished charges, quantity, and the rate back to the user. So we'll create a export type named invoice item. Properties it will have will be an ID of string, a description, which will be a string, make sure I spelled that right. The rates will be a number, and the quantity will be a number as well. And then now in the invoice data, we know we need to add it in, so we'll go items. We can have more than one of these, so we'll go invoice item and pass in a empty array, because there can be more than one item to invoice back to the user. So we should be good with this types file. Now, when we go back to the invoice editor, let's import this invoice data, which should be coming from the types that we just imported. So we'll go import invoice data, and that is coming from /lib type invoice type. And then INITIAL data. So we're getting an error message with initial data. So we're missing some fields. So okay. So we'll come back and we'll be able to care for that in just a moment. No big deal there. Just want to make sure I didn't overlook this. right, so now we'll shift our focus to the actual invoice editor itself, and we'll just kind of take our time walking through building this one. This will pretty much be the most complicated thing that we'll build throughout the project. So for the invoice editor, let's start by styling the div. And I think, to stay consistent, I'll just give it a style versus last name. So we'll go style, and we'll set the min height to 100 view height. We'll set the background color so we do see that it is working. Alright, so the invoice editor there. So now let's bring in the toolbar so that we can have some navigation. So at the top, I'm going to import toolbar, /header, and then right underneath this initial board, we're going to pass in the toolbar. We'll set the mode to, so on this page, we'll set the mode to mode, which I know we haven't brought in just yet. And then the invoice ID, let's set it to data.id, which we haven't built just yet. Now let's go ahead and carry that out. So for the data, we're going to hold it in a state variable, and we're going to pass in the initial data. And for the actual mode, the mode should just be coming from the editor that's being passed down to it, so that we're gathering from the search parameters. So let's go ahead and take care of the data first. We'll need to set this as a client-side file, and we're going to import use state, and this should be coming from React. And then within the function, we'll create a const named data, and we'll go with set data, and it's going to be equal to use state. And what we want to pass in is the invoice data. That is going to be the initial data. Okay. And now you see where it says invoice editor, and we have the ability to toggle between the two states. That's perfect. And let's go ahead and work on the styling of this layout. So underneath the toolbar, we're going to add a div, and I'll just give this text main section so we see something. This div is going to have some style. We'll set the margin on the top and bottom to 24 pixels, and on the left and right to auto. So let's see it adjusted there. Then we'll give it a maximum width. We're going to set that to 1100. Set the display to grid. And we'll go grid, template, columns. And for this, it's just going to be one FR, one fractional. And we're going to set it to 320 pixels. Save. gap of 16. Perfect. All right, so this is just setting or styling the overall grid layout of the website. So now we want to style the actual main section itself. So I'm just going to remove that main section text, replace it with the main tag, and then inside of the main tag, we want to retype in main section. Inside of main, we're going to give it some styling. We'll set the background color to FFF, white. Give it some padding of 24. We'll set the border radius to 8. Can't really see anything just yet. We'll set this color to down 111. And for the box, shadow, 0, 1 pixel, 4 pixel, RGBA, 0, 0, 0.08. Go ahead and build out the actual UI so that we can customize. You can see the little section of padding there. So we can customize the form before we generate the PDF. But I am going to go ahead and pass in a promise. Data. That way we're getting that type to this component, takes care of the error, and now we're able to work with it properly, if you will. All right, so we have the invoice data. Let's go ahead and set up the header fields of the actual form first. So with that, let's go ahead and I think we can go ahead and build out the invoice header fields first. So let's go ahead and create a separate component, and this is going to hold the fields for our invoice. So we'll go with inside of components, we'll add a file named invoice header fields.tsx. And we'll just create a export function invoice header fields. and we'll return a div that reads invoice header fields. Now let's import this into the invoice editor. At the top, go import invoice header fields, click save, and then we'll just bring it in within the main tag invoice header fields there, and now we see it listed there on screen, so that's perfect. So now what we want to do is begin to bring this data in so that we can see something on screen. So we know we'll need to pass some information into the header fields in order for it to display. We'll need to pass in the data, the mode, and we'll need to create a const that we don't have just yet. That's going to allow us to update it. So let's start by creating the updater function. So underneath the state variable of data, let's create a const named update. Const name update, and we're going to set it equal to k extends key of of uh, invoice data, which is basically just setting the type, and then we'll say the key is going to be represented by k. The value is going to be the invoice data, and to get the specific invoice data that's associated with the key, we'll just pass in key, and then we'll have a this will be a little arrow function, of course, and we're going to say set data. We'll pass in previous, and then inside of that we'll pass back in the parentheses and curly braces, and we'll say we'll destructure the previous, and then we'll pass in the key, which will be associated with val. So what this is basically going to do is allow us to update the fields as the data changes. So because we're not saving it to a database, we're just taking this approach to allow us to update the fields. You know, if we were connected to Prisma or MongoDB or any of the other databases, we wouldn't take this approach. We could go slightly different, but because we're going to have this on screen real time, if you refresh it, everything will go away. It'll just go back to what it was initially. But because we want to have some real time updates and be able to actually see how the functionality will work before we connect it, we're just creating this little helper function, if you will. So now with this, we can go ahead and set up or pass in the props into the header field. So the first one is going to be data. We'll also pass in the mode. And then finally, we'll pass in update, which will be update. And then we'll need to update the header fields to accept these props. So we'll go back to that component and we'll pass in data, mode, and update. And then with this, the data will be the invoice data that we need to import. So we'll go import invoice data so we can capture those types and then have to retype it. So we know we'll have the invoice data, we'll have the mode. The mode is going to be either preview or edit. And then finally, we'll need update, and that is going to be k extends k of, or key of, excuse me, invoice data. And then right next to it, we'll have the key, which will be K, and the value would be the invoice data. And then this will just be set initially to void. Make sure everything looks good. Yep. And then for the invoice editor, just making sure I'm not missing. No, we're good. All right. So we have this for the invoice editor. So now let's go ahead and start bringing some of this in. So for this, I'm going to give the initial div that we already have. I'm actually going to give it, I have to remember that I'm doing styles and not class names. So we'll do style a display of grid. We'll go with grid template columns. And it's going to be 1FR at 160 pixels. We'll set the gap to 12, and we'll go margin bottom of 12. Oh, I have this as carrier. I'm not missing anything else. Update. This looks good. Just making sure I'm not missing nothing. Yeah, everything looks good. Okay. All right. So we have the header fields. So now we need to add in those fields. And the two fields we're going to have is the title and the logo for this section. So I'm going to add a file inside of this directory named invoice title dash field.tsx. Export default function Name this invoice title field. Return a div invoice title field. Save. Go back to the header and we'll import the invoice title field. And we can remove this text and replace it with invoice title field. Close it. We see it updated on screen. So then now we just need to pass in the data. Let's pass in the mode. And then finally, update. Click save. All right. Okay. Make sure all of this looks good. So far, so good. So far, so good. I'm getting an error on data. Data does not exist on any types. Okay. So let's fix that. Update K strings K. Yep. Okay. All right. So for the title field, let's add in some props so we can begin to see this displayed on screen. So we know with this, we're going to need the invoice data. Then inside of this, we're going to need to pass in some information. We're going to pass in data, mode, and update. And then the data is going to be the invoice data. The mode will either be preview or edit. And update, we actually can copy this. And just paste it in. There we go. All right. And inside of the return, we'll just need to add some styling. So we can keep this div. Let's add a label. And with this label, we'll just name this invoice. Yep. Give this a span of title. On initially, I want it hidden. And on medium, I want it inline block. Okay. So we don't see it right now, and that's fine. So let's give this label some style. We'll go font size of 12 and set the color to pound 6B7280. Okay. All right, so now we're ready to do a little bit of conditional rendering. So if it is edit, if we're in the edit mode, we're going to see something. And if we're in the preview mode, we want to show something different as well. So underneath this label, Let's go ahead and bring in some JavaScript. So we're going to say if the mode is equal to edit, we want to do something, right? We want to show a input, and we'll just give it a placeholder of invoice. And if it is in the preview mode, we're going to show the H1. We'll go data.title, or we're going to show untitled invoice. So that's preview. Uh-oh. Why are you acting up? Oh, I see why now. There. So we are on edit mode and we have the input. And when we're on preview mode, we don't have the input. Perfect. All right. So then now let's go ahead and bring some styling to the input. We'll set the style to a width of 100%. We'll set the padding to 8. There you go. Let's set the border to 1 pixel. We'll make it solid, and we'll go pound E5E 7EB. You saw the color slightly change. We'll set the border radius to 6. And then finally, let's give it some margin top of 4. Click save. So then we see the invoice there. And then now let's just style this H1 a little bit. Uh-oh. We'll set the font size to 12. The font weight to 700. And we'll give this a margin top of 4. And that's what it looks like there on screen. Let's make the text a little bigger. Perfect. So this is what the preview of the invoice will look like. And this is the actual editing of it. So now to get this to work, we'll need to add a on change handler in order for it to update real time, if you will. So first, inside of this input, let's give it a default, no, a value, I'm sorry, and it doesn't go in style. Default value of data.title, and then we'll add the on change handler, and we'll just set this equal to listen for the event. And with the event, we want to update, and what we'll be updating is the title. You know, it takes 2 parameters, and that second parameter is going to be e.target.value. Did I miss passing something? Update K extends key of. Actually, this should be a little different. No, this is it. invoice K extends. Yep, we see test show up. We see test show up. Perfect. But why are you yelling now? Assignable to parameter invoice data. Well, it's capturing the update, but why the error? Give me 1 second. Says it's not assignable to the type of string. I'm missing nothing. QK, invoice data. Here we go. All right, so that takes care of that. And then back in the fields, what are you upset about? Oh, we're in the header still. Okay, so I'm gonna hold off on that. So then with that, next up we have the title. Now let's go ahead and shift over to the logo. So we'll just create another file named invoice logo field.tsx. Go export default function invoice logo field. Return a div invoice logo field. Click save. And then this is going to go back into the header. Look at that in just a second. Go import invoice logo field. I'm just going to display it right here. Invoice logo field. Right there. Perfect. So we'll make a few updates to this so that if we add a logo, we'll be able to visually see it on screen without an issue. Mm, This data. G5. All right, and with this, I think I left off the value on this. There we go. All right, so then now it shouldn't be an issue. So now let's come back and pass in the invoice logo information. It's going to be data. Mode is going to be mode. And update is going to be update. Perfect. Sorry about that. I left off the key for that particular value, and that's the reason it was given an error saying they couldn't assign it as a string. So it makes sense, but miss on my behalf. My apologies. So now let's update the invoice logo so that we can take in these props and see the updated information. We'll start by importing the invoice data, and we'll pass in data, mode, and updates. The data, of course, will be invoice data. The mode will either be preview or edit. And then we can actually grab this exact same update value and pass it in. There we go. And we see the logo field there on screen. Okay, so we'll start by styling this div. No, actually we don't. We need a label. So I'm going to remove this. This can be logo URL. Eventually we'll connect this to the Vercel blob and have the ability to upload a logo, maybe. But for right now, we'll just use a URL. Set the font size to 12. The color will be pound 6B 7280, I think. Yeah, that'll work. And then actually we're good here. So then next we'll just need to distinguish the mode that we're in if we're going to show the actual input. So this one, man, is JavaScript, and I'm coding in Nextjs. And yeah, I'm pretty familiar, pretty comfortable with Nextjs. I think we talked last time, man. I'm working on a invoice application for a good friend of mine. And instead of just doing like your little standard inputs, I'm making this a little more interactive. So it's taking me a little more time, and he has some different needs. So I'll need to integrate Stripe into this, which I'm going to do. And he's also want the ability to accept deposits, 30% for residential and 50% for business customers. So first things first is to kind of give him this customizable PDF. So at least he can access this website, create the build to from fields, add the pricing, and then download the invoice and email it to his client. But eventually I'll be able to do all of this through the app. But first things first is let me make sure that I can give him the customizable PDF the way he wants it. But to answer your question, JavaScript, Next.js, and man, I've been coding with Next.js for a few years now. Yep. So we know we'll need to set the mode. Great question, and I appreciate it as always. If the mode is edit, we want to display the input. And if the mode is preview, we basically just want to show the data itself. So let's do this. I actually need one more field just in case the user doesn't have one. This one will be data.logo URL. And then this one will just be if there is nothing that needs to be shown other than the actual logo itself. We'll just say no logo. And then for this one, we'll have logo. And then with this one, we'll have input. And I got something wrong with my syntax. So this one, oh, it should be a question mark there. Yep. And then did I pass in mode? Yeah, we passed in mode. And we're saying if the mode is equal to, yeah. Okay, sorry about that. Oh, I see why now. I'm tripping. Let me retype this. I got something off with my syntax. We'll say the mode is equal to edit. We want to do something. We want to show the input with a placeholder of, just say HTTPS colon // .logo.png. And then for this one, if the data.logo URL, if there isn't one, or if there is one, excuse me, we want to show something. So we'll say logo. And if there is no logo, then we'll just say no logo. Okay, not sure what I had jacked up before, but there we go. have a logo, we want the ability to update something on the screen. All right. And that's the logo fields. If there is no logo, so let's update this. Well, actually, no. Make sure we have it situated if we do have a logo. So let's try. What is this? Got something in the public directory. That file.svg. Let's try that. I think it is dot dot slash file.svg. Yep, there it is, and we can preview it. So we hit edit, we see the path, and if we hit preview, we see the actual file itself. Perfect. All right, so we can close that out, and if there is no logo, we'll need to set up some simple styling for it. So just inside of this div, I'm just going to give it some style real quick. What's up, baby boy? They went to get a haircut and go a couple places. You good? All right, so we'll add a style, And we'll give this a width of 120, a height of 80. So we can see what we're styling. We'll go display flex. Let's go border 1 pixel solid. And I think this is pound E5E 70B. Yep, there we go. And we'll align the items to the center. And we'll go justify content center. Let's set the color of this to pound 9CA3AF. Height to 80, width to 120. Yep. We'll set the font size to 12. Give it a border radius of 6, of course, and then last but not least, the margin top. We'll set that to 4. Okay. That's perfect. And I'm not too concerned with this right now. I'm going to change that up a little bit. Display flex. Let's make this items. There we go. And I think instead of solid, let's make this dash. Yeah, look a little better. All right. So now the mode is still yelling at us for some reason. What am I missing with this mode? I'm gonna come back to that one. The mode is either preview or edit, right? Yep. All right. All right, so now let's go ahead and begin to work on our additional fields. And I think next up, we can build out the to and from section since we have this already cared for preview. Wow, all of that because of that. We close this out. I think the header fields are good. Yep. And we should be back in the invoice editor. Perfect. So let's go ahead and work on the next section, which is going to be the to and from section, which we'll refer to it as the party fields. So I'll just name this party field groups group.tsx. We'll go export default function party field group, and we'll just return a div party field group. And then in the editor, we'll just import this. So import party. No, it shouldn't be in brackets. This should be party field group. And then underneath the invoice headers, we'll just import it. We'll go party field group. And then perfect, we see that on the screen. So we know, of course, we need to pass some information to it. And it's going to be pretty standard. Be data. We'll set the mode to mode. And update will be update. All right, so now let's go back to the field itself, and we'll need to bring this information in, of course. We'll do data, mode, and update. And we actually can copy this from the header. Now I'll just paste it in from bracket to bracket. Because all of this is pretty much the exact same. And we need to import invoice data, of course. We'll import invoice data. That takes care of that. Perfect. So now let's just begin to style this a little bit. We'll have a div with the display of grid. We'll set it grid template columns, and we'll make this 1FR, 1FR, and we'll give it a gap of 12, not grap, gap. And we'll go margin bottom of 12. And then now, instead of hard coding this in, I'm going to create a reusable component, so that all I'll need to do is just update some props within these components, and that'll give me the data that I'm looking for. So I think we'll just go ahead and create that now. So we'll name this component party card party card field for consistency, I guess. And we'll just .tsx, and we'll go export default function party card field, and just return a div a party card field. We save. Inside of this is the party field group, so we could just go ahead and import it. Import party card field, and just go ahead and name that there. All right, perfect. So we see that on screen. So we're going to need to pass in a few props to the party card field in order for it to come to life, if you will. So I'm going to give it a label field, and I'm going to name this from. We're going to give it a side, which will be from. The data is going to be data. The mode, of course, will be mode. And then last but not least, if you guess update is going to be update, you guess absolutely correct. And I know it's giving us an error right now because we haven't added these fields, but we'll go ahead and add them now. So we'll go back to the party card field component, and let's just add in um, let's add these in now. Sorry, got a text. Um, we'll need data, mode, data mode. Let me think about this for a second. No, I'm tripping. This is actually going to get a type because we're going to be displaying data that's going to be passed to this. So we'll just name this type props. The label will be a string. The side will either be from or it will be bill to. The data is going to be invoice data, so we need to import that. Okay. We need mode, which will be either preview or edit. And then we'll need update, but I'm going to capture that from one of the existing fields, so I don't have to retype it or potentially type in a error. I actually needed all of this. Go from update over. Man, let's do it like this then. Doesn't want me to be great. Go here, paste it in. Don't think we need that. There we go. All right, so now we'll pass these into the fields. So we'll go props, and of course we need the label, we need the side, we need the data, the mode, and we need update. Perfect. So let me pass in or create a couple of consts to kind of help assist us with this. The first one is going to be a const named party, and that's going to be equal to data and the actual side, and that's going to distinguish if it is to or if it is from. The next one is going to be the fields, and this way we don't have to actually type each field out more than once. We just have an array of items and we'll be able to loop over it, and for each one we'll be able to display the names that are in this array on screen. So that is why it is very important to have a good solid foundation with your fundamentals to kind of help with these things. So that's going to make our lives easier so we don't have to type the same thing over and over more than once. We'll just be able to loop over this and using the dot map and display them. And then finally, I'm going to create a const named patch. And this is going to be equal to patch data. And that is going to be partial. And we'll pass in party. P-A-R-T-Y. Yep. And then underneath that, we'll go update the side, and it'll be looking for the party or the patch data. which is basically the data that's being passed into it. And with that, we'll go as invoice data, type of, and we're looking for the side. All right, so we're getting a little error message with this. I don't have that on my types. Let me see something. Do I not have party? I thought I had party as part of the types. Let's see. Um, I guess I don't. No, I have it right here. So that I didn't import it. That's what it's gonna say. PARTY. I thought I brought it in. There we go. All right, so those are our party fields. This is going to let us distinguish between the parties and if it is a to or if it is a from, and be on the appropriate side and show the right data based on the side we're on. So we're cooking with grease, if you will. And let's go ahead and display some data on screen. So inside of the return statement, we're going to need that initial div. So we'll just keep it and give it some style of border. And the border is going to be 1 pixel solid, SOLID. And the color is going to be pound E 5E 70B. You can see the little border there. And we'll go border radius of 8, padding of 12. There we go. And we'll set the background color. We're going to set that background color to pound FFF, which should be white. All right. So then inside of this div, we're going to have another div that will represent the label. So we'll go div and dynamically pass in label, L-A-B-E-L, hit save, and you see from on screen. That's because we've only added the from field, but we'll go back into the invoice editor and we can add the to field and we'll see it listed there. So for the style, we'll go font size of 12, a color of pound 6, B7, 280. We'll set the margin bottom to, we'll set this margin bottom to 6 and the font weight to 600. Okay, so now you can't really see much, but there it is right there. And we'll go ahead and get the to field on screen. That's the beauty of using reusable components. That way, no, it's the party group. I'm sorry. Party field group. Here we go. All we'll need to do is update this, paste it in. You see that, and change that label from to. There you go. And then now we have both fields on screen. They're not hard coded, dynamically done to help us save with efficiency. So that's a great thing there. Give me 1 second. What's up, love bug? Honey, what exit do I get off on? My GPS not working. I'm coming from the Kroger in Grovetown. You're gonna get off on the one that says Mike Paget Highway. It's right after Peach Orchard Road. And if you miss Mike Paget, get off on Doug Bernard. When I'm coming up to Greenville Town, it says Mike Paget. I thought it said something else first. No, so you on the highway, you getting on the highway going back towards South Carolina. It's still the same highway, you just getting on at a different spot. Okay, so I'm going to the one that say Columbia, Carolina. This one. Yeah. Okay, and then I'm getting off. Okay, got it. Thank you. Are you sure? Yeah. If you don't, well, if you don't, call me back. All right. It's right here. All right. Bye bye. Love you too. All right. Sorry about that. Um, let's see. What do we want to? Okay. Yeah, we could finish. Sorry about that. Got a quick call there. We can finish building this out so that we'll have a better view of it. And we'll go build to. I think for consistency, I had it as build to. Yeah, there we go. All right. So we can actually close the group fields out. Let's just go back to the actual field itself and bring it to life, and we'll see both of those update real time on screen. So we'll remove the party card field for now, and we'll say if the mode is equal to edit, we want to display something, and if it doesn't, we're going to uh, display the to and from fields on screen. Just gonna put something here to get the error to go away. All right, so I'm gonna do the preview portion of the mode first. That's the simpler of the two. So we'll go with a div, and we'll pass in the party dot name, or it will be a string with a dash. And to give this some style, I'm just going to give it a font weight of 600. And then underneath this div, very, very simple, we'll send, we'll do the double exclamation marks, party, P-A-R-T-Y, yep, dot email. And if there is, we're going to display a div and just show the party dot email. And I'm gonna copy this. No email. The next one will be address. Well, not no, but the next one will be address, and we'll just update this to address. And then last but not least, we'll need one for the phone. It says party.email. We'll change that to phone. And change this from email to phone. Click save. We haven't added any inputs yet, but you can see what the preview will look like there. All right. So that cares for the preview. Now let's go ahead and take care of the actual fields itself. for the input. And if you recall, I mentioned we're going to render over the array of fields so we don't have to type one in for each field that we need. So we'll go fields.map and we'll go with the FIELD key. And for each one of those, field key, for each one, we're going to create a input. And we'll give this a placeholder. So normally I would just type something in, but because we are displaying these dynamically, I'll need to distinguish what I want presented. So I'm going to go field key, the location of 0. We'll go to uppercase, plus field key dot slice. And if you guess, we're going to start at position 1 since we are getting rid of that position. Go to edit, and you can see all of the field names there. And I know I don't have a key prop, but you can see that it is presented on screen now that I have that I've mapped over. Just need to give it a key. So for the input, we'll go key, and this will be field key, and now the error goes away. And if I type jace@gmail.com, go to preview. Oh, I haven't added those in yet. That's right. So let's go ahead and do that now. So right above the placeholder, let's go with default value. And the default value is going to be party. And then we're going to pass in the field key so we can distinguish which one. And that'll be as string, or it could be an empty string. So now we see those values listed there. jace@gmail.com. Okay. That takes care of the default value. Now, let's do the style next. For that, we're going to have the width to 100%. We'll set the padding to 8. We'll go border of 1 pixel, solid, pound, E5E, 7EB. Give this a margin bottom of 6. All right, and a border radius of, we'll go with 6 as well. All right, so that cares for the style of this. Let me just see what this looks like on a desktop. That's the preview. All right, and that's the to and from field. Perfect. All right, so now let's shift our focus to adding the on change handler so that whenever we make a change, it's actually captured. So with this, we'll go right below key and just go on change, and we're listening for the event, or it's going to be looking for the event. We'll go patch field key, patch curly braces, then the bracket, This is going to be field key and e dot target dot value, VALUE, and this will be as partial party. There we go. I know we created the const name patch already, didn't we? Oh, I put path, PATCH. That's why. So say I know I already created the variable already, but okay, that's why. But anyway, we got it now. So cool. Let's test it. Set that name, Jace, perfect. And then we'll say jace at gmail.com, preview, perfect. All right, so that works perfectly as intended. So now the next portion is going to be the line item groups. So this is going to be a little more involved. Basically, this is going to give us the ability to add a description of what we've done, set the rate for what we done, and the frequency, the quantity. So if we needed to do it once, twice, at $100, whatever it is, it'll give us a total. So that's what we're going to focus on now. All right, so we can close this out. Close this out. Types out. Just need the invoice header. Inside of this, I'm going to create a file named line item group.tsx. So export default function line item group. Go line item group, and we'll just import this into this file. Import line item group, and we'll just pass this in underneath line item group. Perfect. All right, so we see that there on screen. So we know this, as everything else, is going to need some data passed into it. So I'm just going to take a little shortcut, copy this, paste it in. I know it's going to yell at us because we haven't passed in any props, but now we can go ahead and set up our line item group, which is going to be a little involved, but not too bad. So we'll go back to this file and let's bring in our imports first. So I'm going to import the asterisk as React. React from React. And I'm going to go ahead and bring in the invoice data in addition to the party data, and that's coming from the lib type. And then finally, we haven't created it yet, so I'll hold on to that, but we'll import, we're going to create a line item component next. But for right now, let's go ahead and add the type of props. And we know we're going to need a few little props to pass into this. We're going to need the data, which is going to come from invoice data. We'll need the mode, which is going to either be preview or edit. And then finally, we'll need update, but I'm just going to take the shortcut, the easy way out, and copy that from, I think we were doing it on the card field. Yep. I'm just going to copy this and paste it in there. All right, and then now inside of the line item group, we're just going to pass in data, mode, and update. And of course, these are the props. All right. And so we'll need to start out by creating the styling first, and then we're going to add a little bit of functionality just to bring it to life. So we'll remove the text of line item group, and we'll add a new div. And we won't keep that for long, but inside of that new div that we just added, we'll add some styling. We'll set the width to 100%, and we'll go border collapse. Just set that to collapse. Actually, you know what? This is going to be the style for the table. I'm tripping. For the div, let's give it some styling, and we'll set the font weight to 700. We'll give it a margin bottom of 6, and we'll just name this line items. There, that's that there. So outside of that div, we'll create a new div. Excuse me, we'll add a new element, which will be a table. And I'm gonna paste in the styling I just had. We know the table will need a head, and we'll need to give it some table rows. And inside of those table rows, we'll give it the table head. So for the table row, we're going to give it a style of border bottom. And we'll set this to 1 pixel, solid, and we'll go pound E5E 7EB. Hit save. Don't see much there right now, but that's okay. So this first table head is going to be named description. And for this one, we'll give it a style and make the text align. We'll make it left. And once we make it left, we'll give it some padding bottom of 6. There. So I'll actually copy this table heading and paste it in for rate, quantity, amount. Should be 3 more. Yep. All right. So we're going to keep the description on the left, and then the next will be the rating, which will go to the right. And we'll give this a width of 120. And let me change this now to rating. There. So I'm going to update this one to be on the right. We'll keep the padding bottom as is, and we'll set the width of this to 80. And this will be for the quantity, QTY, right? Yeah, quantity. And then the last but not least, we'll update this one to be right as well. We'll keep the padding. We'll give it a width of 130. And this one will be the amount. Perfect. See them all updated right there. And we'll add one more self-closing table header there. And this will be for the action items that we'll eventually create. We'll set this width to 40. What's up? What's up? How's it going, my friend? Where you stopping by from, man? I appreciate you hanging out for a minute or two. Thanks, brother. I appreciate it, man. Got a little ways to go, man, but I appreciate the encouragement, my brother. I absolutely will. Absolutely will. All right, so we have the table head. Now we just need the table body. So for the body, what I'm going to do is we're going to loop over and dynamically generate those so we don't have to hard code it based on the data. And I'm going to create a separate component that we'll call a line item row, which will basically display the data so we don't have to write the same code over and over and over. So let me work on that now. Uh-oh, give me one second. sorry about that. I am back now. A little quick emergency to tend to. So let's go ahead and create the line item row component. So in the components directory, invoice, we'll add a file named line item row.tsx. And we'll do export default function line item row. And we'll do return a div. This will be line item row. All right. And this is going to help us, like I said, be a little more modular with our code so we don't have so much redundancy. And I do have quite a bit more I need to clean up, but I'll focus on that later. So we'll go ahead and import line item row, and it's coming from the right location. And then inside of the table body, we're going to map over the data. Map over the data dot items. We're going to map over that specific array within the data itself. And for each of those, we're going to display something on screen. And what we'll be displaying is the line item row. So we'll bring that in here. And for this, I'm going to go ahead and give it a key with an ID of item.id. Yeah. All right, nothing's broke. Everything's still good. Now let's go ahead and work on, well, you know what? Since we're already here, let's just display the data that we want to pull from the line item row. We can just go ahead and display that now. So we'll have a item, which will be equal to a item. You good? Okay. Then we will have the mode, which will be mode, M-O-D-E, yep. Currency code. Remember, we want the ability to adjust that currency based upon this client. And then we'll take care of on change. That's going to be equal to, we're passing in the patch, P-A-T-C-H. And this is going to be update item. And we'll need to pass in the item ID in addition to patch, P-A-T-C-H. All right, I think we're good so far. Some of these functions we haven't created just yet, but we'll take care of those in just a moment. All right, so let's go ahead and work on the line item row first. So we've created this component with the intent of displaying that data in a row, but also giving the functionality to capture the quantity, the price, and to provide a quote. And we'll eventually add the ability to delete, but we also have to be able to update the description of the line item as well. So this is going to be a pretty busy component, if you will. So we'll start by bringing in asterisk as React from React. And then we'll bring in the invoice. We're going to need the invoice item, because this is part of the a different table or model, if you will, for the invoice itself. So we need to make sure that we're capturing that. All right, and then before we add in the props, let's add a quick little function named currency. And if you recall, we passed that in already to the into the item row component currency code. But we'll create a quick little function named currency, and we're going to pass in a number. So we'll just use n for number. And we're also going to pass in a currency type. And by default, we're going to be using USD. Inside of this function, we want to return something. It will be new intl dot number format. And these are all built-in APIs from JavaScript. Um, Feel free to take a look at the list of them. I had to spend some time looking at it myself and was kind of didn't realize how easy it is to kind of be able to update the currency in JavaScript if you're not using a some other form of a CMS, if you're kind of writing all the code yourself, if you will. So pretty cool thing to look at. But with this, the second parameter is going to be the style, style, and that's going to be currency. And then we'll set currency CCY. And then outside of the parentheses, we're going to pass format, and it is going to be a number or 0. Honey, when you get up again, will you unlock that front door? Thank you. I don't know. I don't think they just walk on in. Okay. And then next, we're going to set up the props that we'll be passing into this component. So we'll go type props, and we know we'll have a item, which will be the invoice item. And that's what we're capturing from our types. The mode is going to be preview or edit. Something burning? You smell something burning? You don't see nothing? Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, I really ain't got nothing plugged up that we ain't using. When I'm done with this, I'll unplug my stuff and let it just sit for a little bit. But I'm using all this. All right. Well, I'm gonna keep rolling. All right. And the other will be edit. The currency code, currency, we're going to pass in as a string. Do you know your remote at? Okay. Then on change, I think this needs to be patch. P-A-T. Can't spell patch today. Partial invoice item. Yep. And it will be void. Uh-oh, I got something off here. Mm. Man, help if I spell patch correct. Patch. There. I should take care of that. All right. And then now let's go ahead and pass this into the function. So we'll go item, mode, currency code, on change. assign it the props. The only unique variable we'll need within this one is for the amount, and we'll say const amount, and it's going to be equal to a number. And we'll pass within that, we'll pass item.rate 0 times the number item.qty or 0. And I might have one too many parentheses there. Yep, and nope. Number what'd you say, baby? Till they come back. Yeah. All right. Let me see. Oh, we haven't passed anything into it yet, so it doesn't know what to look for. All right, that's fine. So let's do this. With this one, we'll need to do something a little different if we're in preview, and we'll show something different if we're in mode. So for preview, if we're in the preview state, we don't necessarily want to show the exact same thing. We want that table to look a little different. So we'll go if the mode is equal to preview, we want to return a table row with table data, and we'll have one additional table data that will be self-closing. So for the row, we're going to give it some style of border bottom, 1 pixel solid. We'll go pound F3F for F7, for F6, excuse me, for F6. Okay. And then for the details, we'll go style, padding, 6 pixels and 0. And for this one, it's going to be item dot description. And I think I'll need to go ahead and take a look at that now. Give me 1 second. Let me think. I may need to go ahead and update some of these items. So I'm gonna go ahead and create some of these functions to help us with the updating, so we can actually see it on screen without the errors that we're getting right now. It kind of throws me off a little bit. One thing I like about TypeScript, so I don't necessarily have to put it off out and come back to it. We'll just take care of it now. So the first const is going to be for the currency. So this will be CCY. And it's going to be equal to data.currency or USD. The next one is going to be for update item. It's going to be equal to, well, before I do that, let me just create the function. And this is going to take a few things, a ID, which is a string, a patch, which is going to be partial invoice item. And then inside of this, we'll start with const next is equal to data.items.map. And we'll say the ID of it, if it's equal to ID, we'll destructure, and we'll have the ability to update, or we'll just pass back in the ID, or the item, excuse me. And then we'll call updates, and we're going to pass in items index. Okay. And this is going to give us the ability to update an item. Now we want the ability to add an item. So we'll go const add item. For this one, we'll create a new const of new item, which the item will be pointing to the invoice item. The ID will be global this crypto, not random UUID, or we'll pass in date.now, and we'll take date.now minus math.random. And that's just to give us a unique ID. Obviously, in the future, we'll be able to capture that from the database. The new item will have a description, a rate of 0, and a quantity of 1. Then once that has ran, we'll need to update items. And the way we capture it is from, I'm sorry, I got to destructure first. Destructure data items, and then we'll just pass in the new item. I think I'm missing something there. There we go. Okay. And we passed in update with the items, and we're destructuring the item. We're passing a new item. And then last but not least, I haven't added this one yet either, but we'll go remove item. It's going to take a ID, which is a string. Basically, it's going to be update items. To pass back in data items dot filter, and it's going to filter to the match of the item dot ID. Okay. All right. Let's see what we got going on here. It's looking for the actual item. Okay, so let's care for that now. Um, to the group and add items. All right, so let's come down to the body now. We have our items dot map. It should be CCY. Okay, there we go. All right, and I think next, let's do if we're on edit mode. So outside of this table, we'll go mode. It's equal to edit. We'll pass in a button. That will be plus add line. We'll go type of button. On click, we're going to pass in the add item function we created. We'll give it some style of margin top of 8, a padding of 8, 8 pixels on top and bottom, 12 on the left and right. We'll go border radius of 6. Background, we'll make this pound F9F, AFB. Cursor pointer. And need to style the border. 1 pixel, solid, pound, E5E, 7EB. That's our button right there. All right. So now let me invoice item is not assignable. I'll come back to that. Excuse me. All right, looks good, looks good. All right, let's tackle this row. So we'll go to the line item row where we have our props, we have our amount. Now let's work on what we're returning. So this is if we're in the preview view. Let's go ahead and take care of our view if we are in edit. So we'll start with the table row, which will have some table data and a input. I'm just gonna give this a placeholder so I can see something of, actually, we probably should go with default value, and we'll just pass in item dot rate. All right, so for this, we'll give this a table row with some style. We'll set it to border bottom, and we'll make that border bottom 1 pixel, solid, pound, F3F, 4F6. Okay. And table data, style of padding. We'll do 6 pixels and 0. Excuse me. Okay. And I'm gonna make this one description. And we'll give it a placeholder of description. I still don't see anything on screen just yet. So this is my line item row. This is the group. Yeah, something a smidge off here. That's if your mode is preview. Otherwise, it should be edit. And with this one, I only see, here's my group. I don't see my group listed here. I must be going crazy here for a second. I'm going crazy here. So we got the mode, preview, edit. But I am only seeing so that's coming from the invoice item. Am I missing something from this? Because this should be um yeah, items. That's correct. The ID, description, rate, and quantity. Okay. So then with the row, we have our props, item mode, currency code. Mm-hmm. I am drawing a blank. Mm, how does it say it doesn't exist? It's right there. Rate. Duh. I see why I'm bringing it in as a string instead of the actual object. And so that clears that error for me. But now I need this. Let's go with on change. So event on change. Um, this is going to be description e dot target dot value. Data dot items. I don't see where I'm calling data. Data is the invoice data, right? Yep. And we're passing in the data and the props. So now, yep, data, the items. So in the invoice editor, all right, so let's try this. Okay, so we see the description appearing, which is perfect. Now I just need to get the rest of the fields added in. Close the card out. We'll just focus on the row. So that is the description. Next, we're going to need some other information. I think that format is a little off. So underneath this one, style padding, that looks good. That looks good. Give this a value default. I'm sorry. Style is what's missing. We'll go with 100%. We'll go padding of 0. We'll set the border to 1 pixel solid pound E5, E7, EB. And we'll just set the border radius to 6. So that's the description edit input. But I believe it is. Yeah, I guess that's it. All right. So then we'll do another table data, style, set the padding to 6 pixels, 0, text align of right. We'll add a input. With this one, we'll give it some style, a width of 100%, padding of 8. think it's gonna have the same border. Actually, yeah, let's copy this, paste this in. We'll type number. We'll go value will be item dot rate. Oh, the default value. Okay. Yeah, that looks good. Let me do this with this one. Text align, make it right. Yeah, I think that looks all right. Let's give it some functionality with on change. Say E on change. We set the rate to be number E dot target dot value or 0. So this is the price, the rate for it. Let's see what this looks like on a large view. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Let's set the description, the rating. So now we just need to do the quantity, the amount, and total. Cool. All right, and just got a little bit more to do with this one. Actually, we might be good. Let me clean this up a little bit so I can see it a lot better. So that's our style on change. Yeah, we're good. And we have another table. Give this a style with padding 6 pixels, 0. Go text align right. And I think for this one, we can just make it currency, and then we'll pass in the amount and currency code there. But if we have the rates, then I need to put a quantity in place. No. If this is rate, we'll do quantity next to it. This should be QTY. See something. Yep, perfect. It's capturing the quantity right. So 120 and 1 is 120, 120 is 2 is 240, 3 is 360, 4 is 480, so on. So perfect. And if I hit preview, oh, we haven't updated preview just yet, so we'll come back to that next. All right, so this thing is starting to come along pretty good. Underneath this div, let's add a, I'm sorry, underneath this table data, we'll add another one. And we need to pass in on remove, but I don't think I brought it in just yet. So I'll just style this for now. Set it to right. And then on remove, I don't think I brought this in yet. Let's check it and see. Nope. So we'll go on remove the question mark, and we'll just call the function void. Oh, we need to pass it in. Here. Yep. And then we'll go back to this detail, and we'll just say on remove, and we're going to render a button, and that button will just have an X that you see on screen. We'll give this a type of button. On click will be on remove. Set the style very simple to just say color of pound B91 C1C, and then we'll give it a cursor pointer. All right. All right, so now let's work on displaying this and making sure the functionality works. So we have it in the row. Do we have it in the group? Nope. Let's go ahead and add it in now. We'll go on remove. If the mode is equal to edit, because we shouldn't be able to remove anything in a preview, we'll call remove item, and we should pass in the item.id or undefined. And we see it there. And if we click on it, it goes away. Let's test it out. We'll say first, this script, that's $100 for 3 of them, 300, perfect. Let's add another one. Second, description. This one is 200. We did 4 of these. That's 800. Yep. Now if we preview it, that's right, we don't see anything because we haven't built the preview yet, but we do see it in the edit. So that's a good thing. And it seems as if the edit portion, at least for the item groups, is cared for. Now we're ready to shift our focus to the next section in the invoice editor. And I believe this next section is going to be the totals. So we'll present a quick little simple total card to the user. So let me work on that now. We'll do it right here. So inside of invoice, let's add a file named total card.tsx. And we'll just go export default function total card and just return a div with total card. And we'll go to the invoice editor and import it. Import total card. Yep. And then inside of this, we'll just go total card. And then we know we need to pass in the data, the mode, update, and close it. And then we see the total card listed right there on the screen. So that's perfect. So now with the total card, gonna be very simple. Just looking for this to provide a total in somewhat of a easy to read format, and of course something that is that presents accurate information most importantly. So let's go to the total card and begin to create this now. We'll start by importing the invoice data. In addition to, we won't need party for this one, no, we won't. But we will need to create a special function that we're going to name format currency. For this, we're going to pass in an amount, which is going to be a number. And then we want the currency to be set to USD. And inside of that, we're going to return a new intl dot number format. Dot number format, and it's going to be US. The style is going to be currency. We'll pass in currency. And then outside of that, we'll go format. It's going to be the amount or 0. Okay. And our total cards are going to need to be updated to capture the information we're passing in. So we're passing in data, mode, update, of course, and the data is going to be the invoice data. The mode is going to be preview or edit, and update. I'm going to take the shortcut where I can. I think with this one, no, the group field. Just copy this bad boy. Group. All right, so with the total cards, sorry about that. I don't know how long that was out. Just caught my microphone was out, so I apologize about some bad audio. But we're gonna need to pass in a few variables in order to support the format. So we're gonna set CCY. It's gonna be equal to data currency or USD. The subtotal, we'll need a const for that, so we can present that on